Okay. Okay. One minute. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here across the Cox Media Group and family of stations. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Ongoing coverage of the attempted assassination of President Donald Trump. We are awaiting the President of the United States to address the nation, which we will cover live. There is breaking news as we begin. This from CBS News, reporting to law enforcement sources have said there was some degree of planning that went into the shooting. They don't believe the shooter just showed up. How much preparation remains unclear. FBI uses the term flash to bang. They are looking into the planning, including how long it was. It could have been just the day before the rally and whether their trips to the site to scope a vantage point to shoot. Investigators believe at this point that the shooter, named Thomas Matthew Crooks, acted alone, but they are continuing to investigate whether someone may have accompanied him to the rally. That's one reason why they are seeking eyewitnesses and videos. They are also investigating whether he was influenced or inspired by anyone. There is no indication of links to a foreign terrorist group. No motive has been determined at this time. FBI is looking into all possible theories, including whether he was politically motivated, homegrown domestic violent extremist. The number one concern of FBI has been racially and ethnically or politically motivated domestic extremism during this election cycle. The FBI is combing through the social media online postings and emails for clues to motive. Now, that's the official statement and a report from CBS News. From my vantage point, I think after weeks of incendiary rhetoric from the Democrats and the left, including the New York Times, the New Republic has Donald Trump as Hitler this week. The Washington Post has called him the possible second coming of Hitler. That political rhetoric, if it has something to do with it, we can see where this goes. Thomas Matthew Crooks, what we know about him, I actually told someone on Instagram a little while ago that it was reported and then walked back, but it turns out it is now confirmed. Thomas Matthew Crooks was registered as a Republican. Now, that doesn't mean anything because you could have registered as a Republican to go into the Republican primary to vote for Nikki Haley against Donald Trump, for example. But also, he was a donor to progressive groups, including giving money to a progressive group within 24 hours of the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. This is a historic moment in American history. We have not had something like this happen at this level since the attempted assassination of Ronald Reagan in 1981 by Hinckley, who was trying to impress the actress Jodie Foster. He had no political motivation. When Jared Loughner attempted the assassination of Gabrielle Giffords and killed the federal judge in the process, he too had no political motivation. It is important to keep our grounding here in what's going on, and also it is important to be mindful of the shrillness of the rhetoric. I want to say something out of the gate here, and I'm just going to get it off my chest here and now because I think it needs to be said. We'll get into the rhetoric today. We'll get into what happened. We'll get into the facts. We'll cover press conferences live as it happens. But I want to say this, and I want to say it out of the gate. When I did not support Donald Trump in 2016, we had people show up at our house to threaten my family. My children were bullied. My son was beaten up. My daughter at her Christian school was given a guide on how to commit suicide. We wound up having to move our kids to school. We were harassed in our church. And I understand those who say Republicans and Donald Trump's rhetoric, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The problem is this. All of the bullets that have been flying in American politics have been fired from the left to the right, not from the right to the left. So you can talk about Donald Trump's rhetoric and you can talk about rhetoric on the right all you want, but the actual political assassination attempts have come from Floyd Lee Corkins, who attempted the mass assassination of the members of the Family Research Council. He was an MSNBC viewer. James Hodgkinson was an MSNBC viewer and fan of Rachel Maddow. He attempted the mass assassination of Republican members of Congress. Nicholas, I forget his last name now, who after MSNBC and Chuck Schumer lamented the rise of Donald Trump and the fascism supposedly coming from the Supreme Court, attempted the assassination of Brett Kavanaugh. And now Thomas Matthew Crooks has attempted the assassination of Donald Trump. Yes, both sides need to be mindful of their rhetoric. There are crazy people on both sides. Crazy is bipartisan. Crazy really isn't partisan. People can be crazy on both sides of the political aisle. It is absolutely true. But when we have seen the violence in this country targeting politicians, it has, in fact, the bullets have been fired from people on the left towards people on the right. We haven't seen the other side. God forbid we should. We should not. Yes, it is true. We have seen, for example, after Donald Trump called the press the enemy of the people, the crazy guy in Florida with the white van who had plotted to go to Washington and harm the families of members of the press. He actually had friends of mine who were reporters in Washington, had detailed locations for where they and their family lived and went to school and all that. Thank God he was stopped. But these political assassinations of late have come from the left to the right. And I notice in the rhetoric and tenor and tone, both last night and today, the initial gut level reaction from the media, not the Democratic Party, but from the media, was to make Donald Trump culpable for his attempted assassination. And I have a real problem with that. Jamie Gagnell is a national security reporter for CNN. And this is her initial reaction. Remember, 30 seconds after Donald Trump is shot, he stands up. What is going to become one of the most iconic shots in American history, fist in the air, yells to his crowd, fight. And this is her reaction.
I do want to say there was one thing that when I watched the tape, I found odd because of all of the heated rhetoric. And that is that after he was hit, former President Trump got up and said, fight, fight, fight. I think what we're hearing from people is that's not the message that we want to be sending right now. We want to tamp it down.
I'm sorry, but for her to say that about a man who had just nearly within an inch would have been assassinated, for her to come out and say that's not the message we want right now, did she expect Donald Trump bleeding from a bullet that just went through, people behind him literally dying? Did she really expect Donald Trump to stand up and tell the crowd, we need to calm our rhetoric? I'm so sorry for my incendiary rhetoric, and I call for everyone to settle down. Is that really what she wanted Donald Trump to do 30 seconds after nearly being killed? That seems to be it. That's irresponsible on her side. It's not just her, though. You've also got, for example, Margaret Brennan, who did the same thing on CBS News.
And he closes with God Bless America. And we saw him raise his hand in the air defiantly, blood on his face as he left the stage.
He is recovering from these injuries now. This was a traumatic event, no doubt, for him. But I did notice there was no call for lowering the temperature, condemning all political violence, and really.
I got to say, I'm actually appalled at the American media for that being their gut level reaction. And then today, you've got distance now between those gut level reactions and last night. Here's George Stephanopoulos and Martha Raddatz on This Week on ABC Today.
As you point out, those statements from J.D. Vance and Vivek Ramaswamy, of course, President Trump and his supporters have contributed to this violent rhetoric as well.
Well, absolutely, George. We were just looking back this morning at some of the things that former President Trump has said. He warned last March of potential death and destruction if he were charged by the Manhattan District Attorney. Our country is being destroyed as they tell us to be peaceful. Trump in January warned of bedlam in the country if the criminal charges against him succeeded. And of course, in March, he said, now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That will be the least of it. He said he was partly joking and that was taken out of context. But those are indeed his words. And you have heard it from supporters as well. And supporters are certainly in some parts angry. And let's remember January 6th. In so many ways for the campaign, January 6th will probably be in the background after yesterday's event. This is.
Yeah, let's talk about January 6th. You want to know what a real threat to democracy looks like? It's when an assassin tries to kill a major party political candidate and winds up killing the people who came to see him instead. That's a real threat to democracy. They can go through all of Donald Trump's incendiary remarks. You know what they're not talking about? You know what Martha Raddatz and George Stephanopoulos haven't said in this? When they go through Donald Trump's remarks, they haven't said that Joe Biden just a week ago said that it was time to put Donald Trump in the bullseye. They haven't said Joe Biden just 24 hours before this event said Donald Trump is an existential threat to democracy in America and must be stopped. The Biden campaign did delete that tweet. but they left up a number of others about Donald Trump being a threat to democracy who must be stopped. They haven't talked about the New Republic or the Washington Post or the New York Times or the Atlantic referring to Donald Trump as Hitler. They haven't talked about ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, MSNBC using the phrase the big lie to refer to Donald Trump and Republicans' stolen election claims. The big lie is specifically tied to Hitler's denial of the Holocaust. And the United States press corps, not the Democrats, but the press corps, the anchors on these networks, they themselves have tied that rhetoric, Nazi sloganeering, to Donald Trump. That's the press corps. It's not Donald Trump. If you want to go through Donald Trump's list of outrage, sure, that's fine. But where are you going to chronicle that from MSNBC and that from CNN and the rest of it? In fact, I've got plenty of incendiary rhetoric from MSNBC. They've been wish casting for an assassination of Donald Trump for some time. The media wants to hold Donald Trump responsible for and make him to blame for him being the victim of an attempted assassination. And yet the left is the one who has been doing this time and time again. Scott Jennings had enough of this on CNN last night and finally decided, well, just to go there.
The rhetoric around him over the last few weeks that if he wins an election, our country will end, our democracy will end, it's the last election we'll ever have. These things have consequences, okay? I don't know what the motivations of the shooter are. I don't know any of the details, but I know the rhetoric around Trump has grown extreme. You mentioned some other violence. You didn't mention the Supreme Court attempted murder of a Supreme Court justice or the Congressional baseball game where Steve Scalise was nearly murdered. One a conservative, the other a Republican. But we have people in this country who are dedicated to telling half the country that if Donald Trump wins an election, the country will end, the Constitution will go away, and so on and so forth. What I want to hear from all elected officials is this kind of hyperbolic extremism has consequences and it must end. Yes, we're all shocked, and yes, political violence has no place. Where does it come from? It's got to stop.
And I got to say, Wolf Blitzer tried to talk him back on some of that, but y'all, yeah, Donald Trump has said a lot of outlandish things. I've had people show up at my house to threaten my family because of what Donald Trump has said. But all the shooting has come from the left, and that's a fact. And if you want the greatest juxtaposition, it's this, that after something like this happens on the left, there are riots. No small business burned down last night. No Republicans rioted after the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. It's Eric Erickson across the Cox Media family of stations. The phone number is 877-973-7425. We'll be back with our ongoing special coverage. Yes, sir. Okay, perfect. Okay. I've got CNN pulled up right here. I'll take the coverage off my laptop and stream it through. I won't. I won't. Okay. 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 I'll do it. Okay. Thanks. Okay, I do have the live feed pulled up here. I'll go into that and just stream the audio down to you whenever the press conferences start. Okay, 1 minute. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here across the nation. The phone number is 877-973-7425. We're going to a CNN press conference. This is Governor Shapiro. That is Governor Josh Shapiro of the state of Pennsylvania giving an update. He has spoken to the family of one of those wounded and also to the family of the individual who died. He has not spoken to Donald Trump, though attempted to do so, and did speak to President Biden, who has promised any resources that are necessary for Pennsylvania. Referred to the slain rallygoer as a girl dad and the very best of us, and encouraged Americans to advocate for what they believe while also remaining peaceful. President Biden will be delivering remarks to the nation shortly. He did briefly speak from Delaware last night before they upended his schedule and got him back to the White House last night ahead of schedule. This is the president from last night.
I've been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government as to the situation, based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have engaged in making sure that the people and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to get, if it's not convenient for you all. But the bottom line is that the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I am able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. But so far, it appears he's doing well, number one. Number two, that there's thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours.
That's President Biden speaking last night in Delaware. He was intending to stay in Delaware through today, but wound up getting on Air Force One, going back to the White House last night, coordinating with federal agencies. You know, I don't want to be crass, and I know it can come off this way, but there is a relevant angle here, too, on the president, who has been in the midst of conversations with Democrats and Democratic leaders about stepping aside. Behind the scenes, growing chorus of Democrats wanting him to step aside. This gives him the benefit to show in crisis he can lead, and does actually relate to whether or not he stays or goes. It does give him time to be a leader to the nation. Notwithstanding that, it comes after several weeks of very aggressive statements from him about Donald Trump being a threat to democracy, being in the bullseye, things like that. So there will be questions about that. Now, here's what we know thus far about the shooter as well. He did turn out to be a registered Republican. A lot of progressives hanging their hat on that, saying he was one of you guys. I'm seeing that a lot on social media. Several Democratic strategists have said that the problem is in Pennsylvania. If you wish to vote in a Republican primary to stop Donald Trump, you have to register Republican. That may have been. We don't know a lot about him. This would be his, based on age at 20, first presidential election cycle. He is also a donor to progressive causes. That's about all we know about this individual. Came within an inch of being able to take out Donald Trump. This raises larger questions that we're going to have to deal with as well, which is, I am familiar with the way the Secret Service does these things, in large part because I've had two events with presidential candidates and the Vice President of the United States. And in both situations, the Secret Service was extremely thorough and insisted that all lines of sight be covered. So this was a clear line of sight to the stage where Donald Trump was, which raises questions as to why it was not covered by the Secret Service. It was outside the security perimeter, but was also in a direct line of sight, so it should have been covered. That's going to have to be an investigation. The FBI, in fact, is already raising questions about this. There was an FBI press conference last night about this situation, and the FBI special agent did have questions.
There's going to be a long investigation into exactly what took place and how the individual was able to get access to the location, what type of weapon he had, all that. It is really days, weeks, and months of investigation. It is surprising, but again, to get the true, all the details of that will come out later in an investigation.
Going back to the perimeter of this building, I think it's really difficult for people to understand that this building, a very high vantage point, some 100 meters away from where this is happening, isn't part of that perimeter. What goes into that conversation over what is in and out, and why wouldn't that be?
Again, the Secret Service really needs to answer that question. They conduct the initial site survey. They do the initial security assessments and determine where the different security locations should be. And they're the ones who are in charge of securing.
That was the FBI doing a press conference last night about this. There are obvious lots of questions about that for which we need answers. Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, saying the House of Representatives will have a full investigation. I spoke with Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene last night, and she herself said there are lots of questions, including why has the Secret Service not given protection to Robert Kennedy Jr., who's been asking for it for some time and has had a series of threats against his life. There are allegations circulating on the right that are unverified that the Trump campaign has been asking for more Secret Service resources and has been denied them. That has been vehemently denied by members of the Secret Service at the upper levels, but we will have to work to see what the actual situation is there. I'm sure there'll be further congressional investigation in that regard as well. If you have questions, I'm happy to take your phone calls, 877-973-7425. We are just getting word that President Biden will address the nation now at 1:30 p.m. I will carry that live. That is the only thing we know is scheduled by the national, by the federal government and by other related entities beyond this press conference in Pennsylvania. That situation could change as more details are learned. What we also know going into this is there is going to be a very thorough investigation by the FBI and by the Secret Service for what happened, as well as congressional inquiries. This is the first assassination attempt on a president of the United States since Ronald Reagan and Hinckley in 1981. And that was actually where they established their line of sight protocols in 1981. Because of that exposed position, they changed Secret Service protocols to cover all lines of sight. And clearly a line of sight was not covered yesterday. So we're going to need to know exactly what happened. Of course, the American media will continue to dive into rhetoric. I played you the audio of George Stephanopoulos and Martha Raddatz on ABC. They wanted to focus on Trump's rhetoric, not any Democrat rhetoric. But I have a sneaking suspicion if the media had its way, that's not going to happen. There won't be a coverage of that. We'll get into that as well. I'm here till 5 o'clock. Also, I want to play this interview for you. This is from CBS News. This is going to be one of the chief sources of inquiry for the National Press Corps, for the FBI, for the Secret Service, and for Congress. This is an eyewitness who was at the event in Butler County, Pennsylvania.
Just take me back. What were you doing before the shooting happened? And then what did you see and hear?
I was just standing there like everybody else, waiting for Trump. And as Trump started, I noticed two officers that were looking for something or somebody. I was looking around myself and seeing a guy on top of one of the buildings go in between one building to the next, and went and told the officer that he was up there. And when I went back to my spot, I heard that people could still see the person from where they were standing. So I checked that out, and I went back to tell the officer that if he came over there, he could see them. And when I turned my back is when the shots started. And then it took me a second or two to figure out exactly what it was. And then it was just getting out of there and helping some other person out with her child, and we got out, and that was the end of that. And I went and left, and that was all.
Now, I'm seeing this report here from Axios confirming after the shooting, 18 witnesses were taken into a building at the Butler Farm Show grounds and interviewed by the Secret Service, Pennsylvania State Police, Homeland Security, and the FBI. 18 witnesses held and interviewed by various entities. Multiple people saw the shooter. My guess, and this is speculation on my part, is that the police probably, the police were the ones approached. They were the ones on the ground, not the Secret Service. And when people said, hey, there's a guy up there with a gun, the police probably did think, they're seeing a Secret Service guy. Clearly they weren't. They actually were seeing the shooter. There's a lot of questions have to be answered. I want to say something real quick that I think actually needs to be said in light of some of the conversations. In the hour or so after the assassination attempt last night, media outlets, major national media outlets, were not using the word attempted assassination. Fox News was one of the first to suggest it might have been, but even Fox was cautious in going there at first. And there is a reason for that. And I do want to just, I want to push back a little bit gently on everyone saying, I can't believe the media refused to call it that. Well, you don't want the media rushing in so quick to say things like that when it might not be true. We have a history of the media getting things wrong. They tend to wait for the Federal Bureau of Investigation to make a statement. Once the FBI said it was an attempted assassination investigation, every media outlet in the country began to call it an attempted assassination. Some of them did before the FBI because it did become very obvious what was happening. But the initial reaction within an hour and a half of the media refusing to use the word assassination, I don't think you should attack them for that. There are plenty of things to attack the media for in both coverage, tenor, tone, reaction afterwards, the run up to it, the things said about Donald Trump, all of that. But being cautious in the hour and a half immediately after this, I don't think you really should attack the media. We should be grateful that they did not rush in and immediately presume, because they do that so often. And yeah, part of the issue is people will say, well, they do that so often, and they oftentimes get it wrong as a result. Scott McFarland, CBS News reporter, interviewed him last night on WSB Radio, my flagship station, with Chris Chandler and Mark Arum. And he noted that initially the crowd reaction was fireworks. And only when the Secret Service lunged towards Donald Trump, who himself was already falling on the ground, did people realize what was going on, and people started screaming. The initial reaction was fireworks. And that's what happened. In fact, if you listen to the sound, your initial reaction probably would be it was firecrackers, not gunshots, like the crowd thought. So the media went very slowly at first. Was it a shooting at the event between parties who were there and not involving President Trump? What exactly happened? It is inexcusable in my mind 4 hours later for them to be attacking or to attack anyone for questioning their use. In fact, I've seen some White House reporters who 5 hours later were still referring to it as a shooting incident after the FBI had said it was an attempted assassination. And so that, I think, is inexcusable. But in the hour and a half afterwards, when the media is saying incident, shooting, Trump fell on stage, that was the initial press coverage within the first 10 minutes was Donald Trump fell on stage. That was before they really had a sense of what was happening. So just be cautious in leveling the barbs at the media. I do get it. I understand it. But also I understand that we don't want the media to rush in with these accusations. 4 hours later, it was inexcusable. I would note that the New Republic that published the front page of Donald Trump as Hitler has, as of this moment on Sunday afternoon, still not even covered what happened on that stage. But I would go a little gently with the big networks, including CNN, for in the 10, 15, 20 minutes after the assassination attempt didn't actually call it an assassination attempt, because they tend not to until the FBI says that is what it was. The FBI, within a couple hours, said it was, and now everyone is treating it that way. Happening right now before I go into break, they have released pictures of President Biden and Kamala Harris and Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas and others taking briefings in the Situation Room last night upon the president's return to Washington, where he actually had a very late night, was up in the Situation Room with the FBI, the Attorney General, the Secret Service, and others. So the White House making sure people have that image of the president being engaged in the situation. Make of that what you will. It's Eric Erickson here. The phone number 877-973-7425. We'll be back. Andrew, how long do we have? All right, I'm going to run to the restroom. So I'm live streaming, and I obviously can't cut the mic during commercial break for people in the live stream. So several friends who are listening just texted and said, enjoy the bathroom. Well. The downside of the live stream is people who are watching the live stream won't be able to hear the callers. At some point, I need to route the phone calls through here instead of through the station so people can hear them on a live stream. Yes. Watching my mouth. Okay. 1 minute. Okay. Welcome back. It is Eric Erickson here across the United States and on the Cox family of stations. The phone number is 877-973-7425. We're learning more about Corey Comparatori, who is the man who died last night. This is a statement from his wife that she posted on Facebook. Dawn wrote, no, I'm sorry, this is his sister who wrote this. The Pennsylvania Trump rally claimed the life of my brother, Corey. The hatred for one man took the life of the one man we loved the most. He was a hero that shielded his daughters. His wife and girls just lived through the unthinkable and unimaginable. My baby brother just turned 50 and had so much life left to experience. Hatred has no limits and love has no bounds. Pray for my sister-in-law and nieces, my mother, sister, me, and his nieces and nephews. Corey Comparatori was the former chief of the Buffalo Township Volunteer Fire Department and an engineer. He was sitting in the crowd with his wife and children. When the shots rang out, his daughter says her father was a real-life superhero, threw his daughter and his wife to the ground and laid on top of them, shielding them with his body, and he was shot and killed. Goodness, prayers for that family. A GoFundMe account has been set up to support the family. The phone number here, 877-973-7425. Those of you on the phones, be patient with me. We've got a lot of moving parts right now. And we had the press conference, so I do want to spend time taking your phone calls in the next half hour. I just don't have time to do service to phone calls right now. But I will get to you as soon as we get back after the top of the hour, 877-973-7425. There's a lot of moving parts today because the investigation is ongoing and the leaks have begun from the FBI, the Secret Service, and others as to what's happening. And of course, there is polling out as well that shows a bump of Donald Trump, though still within the margin of error in the polling. All of this, of course, happening before what happened yesterday. Lots of discussions about the political ramifications of this. I would note that Donald Trump will accept the nomination of the Republicans on Thursday night at the Republican convention, and the RNC begins today in Milwaukee. The optics of that on television tonight are going to be something to see, of course. I've got CNN on in the background because, of course, we're waiting for the president, and they're showing images of Charlottesville, Virginia, and of January 6th, and the person who planted the pipe bomb at the RNC and DNC, still unknown. We're watching those sorts of things. And the Paul Pelosi montage, they did show Steve Scalise as well. Well, there's Brett Kavanaugh. So documenting, trying to do a both sides history. But again, I think it is deeply, deeply relevant in these conversations to look at the last several weeks of television, not just the rhetoric of Donald Trump, but the rhetoric of the reporters, the rhetoric of the pundits, the rhetoric of the politicians. So much of it has come from the left towards stop Donald Trump. Donald Trump is an authoritarian. someone must stop Donald Trump. Our democracy is at stake. Our democracy is on the ballot. He's a threat to our democracy. And of course, the remarks of Joe Biden on July 8th. It's time to put Donald Trump in the bullseye. That's from the sitting president of the United States. I'm Eric Erickson, across the nation with the Cox Media Group family of stations. We will be back. I'll take your phone calls on the other side of the break. All right, those of you in the live stream. So this is live radio. So you're in these commercial breaks. I'll just talk to you guys for a second. When I do take phone calls, you aren't going to be able to hear them because my audio generates from my studio and the calls generate from the WSB studio. So my apologies, you won't be able to hear callers. If you want to call in, 877-973-7425 is the phone number. And just will I'll keep you posted as things go on. This commercial break is going to last about 4 more minutes. All right. Have you seen the picture where the New York Times reporter caught the bullet after it had gone through Trump? Yeah, it's a wild picture. I'll text it to you. And it's like legit confirmed. This was the this yeah, it really is. Right. I mean, it was less than an inch. I just texted it to you. Yeah. Hello and welcome. It is Eric Erickson here on the Cox Media Group family of stations. The phone number 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be a part of the program, very happy to have you with me. There's a lot of moving parts today, and I also want to take your phone calls. And so let me begin here with James, who's been waiting patiently. James, welcome to the show. How are you? Doing well. I didn't say to trust them. I did not say that. I mean, no, I don't think we can. I think we do have to wait for their determinations and findings. But yeah, we're going to have a congressional investigation on this as well, and we should. Okay, so here's the problem, James. Who's going to do it? Who's going to do the investigation? Yeah, that may be the case. It may very well be the case that the FBI decides that we're going to do a botch job. We're not going to we're going to be as thorough as we were with cocaine in the White House. But they're the agency that's got to do it. No, there's no other agency that can do it. So let them do it and then question what their findings are. I mean, they've botched a series of investigations. I think we can all agree that they're not the best at this. And there are lots of questions. We're dealing with two separate agencies, one being the Secret Service as to why was this building not covered. And separate from that is the FBI. Now, the FBI will be responsible for the investigation. They're not actually the people who were responsible for what happened yesterday. The only thing they've got going for them is the FBI and the Secret Service hate each other. So they may really want to stick it to the Secret Service. So they do have that going for them to try to be thorough. But yeah, there's going to be a congressional investigation as well. I don't think we should trust them, maybe trust but verify in the words of Ronald Reagan. But yeah, I mean, and part of the problem, to your point too, James, is this is what happens when the institutions of the government, the media, and outside entities squander their credibility with half of the country by being such open and naked partisans against the other half of the country. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we don't need to trust the FBI, but they're the only ones who can conduct the investigation. So let them conduct the investigation and ask questions. Now, I want to get back to this point on the media. Because I want you to know, see if you can guess. Can you guess what the headline is today in the Denver Post? Can you guess what the headline is in the Denver Post? The American Press Corps wants Republicans to consider their rhetoric, their tone, and their tenor. Can you guess what the headline is? The Denver Post. This is the headline. Gunman dies in attack. In small, all cap letters above it, Trump says he was shot in ear. And the actual headline for the first attempted assassination of a president since Ronald Reagan, the actual headline is Gunman Dies in Attack. That's the actual headline that tells you everything you need to know about the distrust of these entities like the American Press Corps, the American media. When you have all of this rhetoric coming from the left about Donald Trump, and the first reaction from the American Press Corps is, well, I mean, Donald Trump has contributed to this climate, and they leave out Joe Biden. Are they not even aware of the rhetoric from the left? There are a lot of questions, but this gets to James's question on the phones. How can we trust the FBI? You've got Andrew McCabe is now a CNN contributor. You had the what's their names from the FBI who were out to get Donald Trump. Institutionally, progressives in charge of these institutions have completely shattered faith in institutions from about half the public. When you consider half the public racist bigots because they support Donald Trump, you don't even want to try to understand why they support him. You just immediately go to, must be racist bigots. How do you expect that half of the country to trust the institutions involved, whether it's the media or the government institutions? There has been just insane rhetoric coming from the national media. Where is the accountability for the national media and its rhetoric? I want to play you just a clip, one clip. This is Rachel Maddow from MSNBC several weeks ago, and the Cryon, they're doing a series on American autocracy, what it would be like if Donald Trump gets elected. This is Comcast's MSNBC.
I do think we have to recognize after Super Tuesday last night, after Mitch McConnell today, now with Nikki Haley out of the race, I really, and now with the Republican appointees on the courts doing what they have done at the highest court in the land, I really think we need to get clear about the fact that the project of the Republican Party is to install a strongman form of government in the United States and get rid of democracy. And that is the project of electing Donald Trump. And that's what the Republican Party is for now. And so if you have been part of the Republican Party, you have to recognize that that's now the new project of your party. And you may need to leave that party now in order to work with the rest of Americans who disagree with you on a lot of different things, but who want our country to stay a democracy. And that, we're just in that extreme of place.
So somebody better stop Donald Trump. Listen, it doesn't take a great leap. Does not take a great leap. If you believe Donald Trump is the next Hitler, if you believe democracy is at stake, if you believe the project of the Republican Party is to install Donald Trump and end American democracy, well, somebody's got to take him out. Somebody's got to take him out. If you believe that, he's got to be stopped. If the Republican Party is not going to stop him, somebody's got to stop him. There is a logical fallout to that rhetoric. Listen, if you're going to lecture Republicans on Donald Trump's rhetoric, you got to lecture MSNBC on its rhetoric. If you're going to lecture Donald Trump on his suggestions that there's going to be violence, if you want to mischaracterize when he said there would be bloodshed in this country, he was talking actually about auto industry jobs. And no, Donald Trump is a history of violent rhetoric. He really means people are going to die. If you're going to do that, you've got to do it to MSNBC as well. You've got to do it to the anchors and reporters at CNN who refer to the big lie, which is a reference to the Nazi extermination of Jews that they've now used to talk about Donald Trump and the stolen election language of 2020. You've got to hold the press accountable. And the only people to hold the press accountable are the press, and they have no desire to hold themselves accountable. And that becomes a massive problem. Now, back to the phones. Jeff, you're going to be up next. Welcome to the show. Good. How are you? Uh-oh. Sorry. I can hear you fine. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Well, so this is going to be one of the massive questions that people have. Reporters are asking questions. It appears that Joe Biden himself is asking an obvious question to the FBI based on the reporting that's starting to come out, that even Joe Biden recognizes that line of sights are supposed to be covered by the Secret Service. So why wasn't this line of sight covered by the Secret Service? This is, look, I've never done outside events where we've had to deal with Secret Service. I've done inside events where I've had to deal with Secret Service. Charlie, my producers, had to deal with the Secret Service. All lines of sight have to be covered. All lines of sight are covered. And they come in, they sweep, they assess the lines of sight, they assess where people could block the view of the Secret Service. They force you to alter your event to accommodate their lines of sight. So how was this line of sight not covered? I have no idea. That's deeply, deeply troubling. The phone number is 877-973-7425 if you want to call in. As always, text Eric to 33777. Get the show notes, the live stream, all that. Dave McCormick is going to be at the gathering. I should point that out. He was in the first row. Donald Trump was literally on the verge of calling him on stage when the shots rang out. He will be sitting on stage with me in about 3.5 weeks at the gathering in Atlanta, August 8th through the 10th. If you want to get a ticket, text ENGAGE to 33777. Use the code YR if you're a young professional. You can get a great discount on it. We're going to take a time out here. We're waiting for the president who will address the nation at the bottom of the hour. We'll cover that live. I will take your phone calls as well. I'm here till 5 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be right back. Yeah. Okay. 1 minute. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here on the Cox Media Group family of stations from Tulsa to Orlando. The phone number 877-973-7425, coming to you from my flagship station, WSB in Atlanta, Georgia. Glad to have you with me. We are awaiting the President of the United States, who will be addressing the nation. Real quick, I want to take a phone call. I think I can squeeze one in here. Stuart, welcome to, well, Stuart, if I can fire up. There we go. Stuart, welcome. Excellent. Welcome. Yeah, look, I have for 6 months been pointing out that this is where we were headed. It's been abundantly obvious to me that this is where we're headed. It's deeply troubling, and what's more troubling to me, honestly, is this: the fact that the immediate reaction from members of the press was to talk about Republican rhetoric when Donald Trump gets shot, instead of Democratic rhetoric or media rhetoric. There's got to be an accounting for that. It's been really obvious to me that this was going to happen. You can't have the President of the United States, Joe Biden, repeatedly say Donald Trump is a threat to democracy who must be stopped. You cannot repeatedly have Democratic members of Congress compare Donald Trump to Hitler. You cannot have reporters in the American Press Corps say Donald Trump is a threat to democracy without someone taking them seriously and firing a shot. And this isn't idle speculation. James Hodgkinson was such a fan of Rachel Maddow. Rachel Maddow on MSNBC had to release a statement saying her team had had no contact with him ever. He was such a massive fan of Rachel Maddow. James Hodgkinson believed the rhetoric on MSNBC that Republicans, led by Donald Trump, were going to kill people because they would take them off Obamacare. And he decided he needed to take action to save America. So he bought a gun, drove to Virginia, camped outside a baseball field, and attempted the mass assassination of Republican members of Congress. Multiple Republicans got shot, not just Steve Scalise. Steve Scalise happened to be the one wounded the worst and luckily survived, but other Republicans were shot as well. I mean, that's the situation. Is we've seen this, and yet the media hasn't wanted to change its own rhetoric. If you want Republicans to take you seriously about changing the tone, you guys in the press have to do this too. Y'all in the press are to blame for these sorts of things too. When a man like James Hodgkinson can attempt the mass assassination of Republican members of Congress because you guys in the media are the ones scaring him with your incendiary rhetoric on MSNBC, what did you think was going to happen? Floyd Lee Corkins attempted the mass assassination of members of the Family Research Council because of the incendiary attacks on television about the Family Research Council. The guy who tried to assassinate Brett Kavanaugh did so because of the rhetoric and hyperbole in the media. We've just gone through several weeks of not only saying Donald Trump's a threat to society and democracy, but members of the media, the objective analysts, not the partisan pundits, but the supposedly objective people claiming the Supreme Court just gave Donald Trump license to assassinate his political opponents. And it was Sonia Sotomayor and her dissent that the media cited in this as if she was in the majority, which wasn't true. They blatantly mischaracterized the immunity decision on Trump and told people if Donald Trump got back in power, he could assassinate people. What the hell did you think was going to happen? You people in the media need some self-reflection. And the fact that your first instinct was to blame Donald Trump for the rhetoric. I mean, that was the first instinct at CNN. That was the first instinct at CBS. That was the first instinct at ABC, was to talk about Donald Trump's incendiary rhetoric and not mention the president, not mention Sonia Sotomayor, not mention the people at MSNBC, not mention the people on CNN, not mention the newspaper editorials. If you guys in the press can't rein yourselves in and your own rhetoric and tenor and tone, this is the beginning of something terrible, not the end of something terrible. And it's obvious for me. I'm the guy for 6 months saying something like this was going to happen. And I can tell you where this leads. The Northern Ireland troubles, where every day there are acts of political violence on both sides, and no one has an honest broker in the media that should be the press to be able to mediate the institutions and restore the trust. Well, you guys in the press have picked a side. Your incendiary rhetoric led to this moment. It's been obvious to me for 6 months this would happen because of what the press corps itself was saying, not just the Democratic politicians. And now the fact that your immediate response is to blame Donald Trump and his rhetoric instead of looking at your own rhetoric or looking at the things Joe Biden has said or the mischaracterizations of the Trump immunity decision, there's no level of humility to call self-reflection, which means there will be no change in this country. And it's not because of Republicans. It's because of the American press corps. And they're not going to like it when I say it. I'm sure some of them will text me indignantly, but it's the God's honest truth. You can't have people on your networks every day saying Donald Trump's a threat to democracy without inspiring a crazy person. You can't play the president of the United States saying that Donald Trump is a threat to America without someone taking action. You can't have your objective analysts come on and say Donald Trump's been given a license to kill by the Supreme Court without people wanting to take action to stop him, particularly in light of people believing Joe Biden can't stop him. Of course, you're going to provoke someone to do exactly what happened last night. We don't have to know a whole lot about the shooter to know why it was going through his brain and why he wanted to target him. Clearly crazy. You can say, well, he was a registered Republican. His parents were Democrats. He gave money to progressive causes. We know all these things about the guy. The fact of the matter is he wasn't targeting someone on the left. He was targeting the standard bearer for the Republican Party, their leader, a former president of the United States, who for the last 2 weeks, the current president of the United States said was a threat to democracy, who needed to be in the bullseye and be stopped. That was Joe Biden's rhetoric, not Donald Trump's rhetoric, and it's been no better from the members of the American press corps. That's just the truth that people in the media need to realize and need to inwardly digest and need to exercise some self-reflection on what has happened. If you are deeply worried about, as I am, that we're headed towards a period like the Northern Ireland troubles, where there are random car bombings and political assassinations, you members of the press corps, you have to do self-reflection. And the fact that your first gut level instinct was to blame Donald Trump and cite Republican rhetoric and January 6th and ignore your own rhetoric and the Democrats' rhetoric, that tells me you've picked a team and you're okay with the violence as long as it's not directed at you. And you should think about this, because we already did see a madman in a white van in Florida who tried to come after members of the media because of Donald Trump's rhetoric on the media being the enemy. Y'all, we're headed to dangerous times. We are. And members of the media have played a role in this. And they don't want to be self-reflective. They don't want to be self-reflective. They don't want to acknowledge their role in it. They want to pretend it's not on them when so much of it is. Now, I got people on hold. I can't take your phone calls. Here's why. The president is going to be speaking at any moment. I don't want people to start talking and then have the president interrupt our conversation. Here's what we know so far. The president last night had briefings before he addressed the nation. He had further briefings last night overnight at the White House. He's been in the Situation Room getting briefings from the Attorney General, from Christopher Wray at the FBI, from Alexandra Mayorkas of Homeland Security. There have been photos released by the White House of the president and Kamala Harris taking those briefings. Make of that what you will. I'm not going to make a partisan point here. This is the president doing the things that the president is supposed to be doing. On a raw political point, it is very notable to me, I think, that the White House has been pushing out statements of the president's schedule, how engaged he was overnight, how much he was up last night, how much he's been in the Situation Room, how much he's been asking questions, the images of the president. Clearly, I think the campaign team is taking an opportunity to show Joe Biden is in command and can lead. Make of all of that what you will. We are awaiting him, and yet again, his press conference was scheduled for 1:30. It is 1:34, almost on the nose. He has not yet come. We're not taking commercial break because he's going to be here any moment. The White House has sent out the signal for everybody to go take their commercial breaks and come back. Well, we're not, so we're sticking with it. We are continuing to learn about the shooter. We know the shooter's, the gun used by the shooter was his father's. We know the partisan affiliation of the parents and of the son. We know the son's progressive political donations. We know all those sorts of things. What we do not know yet is from his social media stances and whatnot, was he doing this just because he was a nut, or was he doing this for partisanship? I'm being very explicit with you. It's my speculation, given what we know in his background, that it was some crazy act of partisanship by an insane person. Sane people do not try to assassinate a president of the United States. We also know, and this is what I find hilarious, is that Donald Trump did still wish to go to the UFC fight last night. Actually, a Trump campaign staffer texted me directly and said Secret Service has told him no, but he wanted to do it. Probably a good thing he didn't for a lot of reasons. The question now will be, how does he handle Thursday night? And I suspect the closest equivalent we have is when George W. Bush, in his reelection in 2004, had the narration by Fred Thompson, the video of him throwing the pitch out at Yankee Stadium for the World Series after 9/11 and turning that into the defining moment of his presidency. Fate visited Donald Trump last night and handed him the defining moment of his presidency, a bullet through the ear. There are a number of people who speculated it was the teleprompter and it was just glass shattering. In fact, a number of progressives didn't want to acknowledge that someone would attempt to shoot Donald Trump, and last night claimed vocally, including some on television, that actually it was the bullet passed through the glass of the teleprompter and the glass shattered him. The Secret Service says that is not the case. It actually is a bullet from an AR that grazed the president's ear. Y'all, literally an inch in the other direction. He happened to be turning and facing towards the direction of the shooter. And had he been turning and facing the crowd in front of him, the bullet would have impacted his temple. Donald Trump has released a statement today saying it was God alone who saved him, and he is not wrong in that. He has also called for calm and a democratic response. And his response today very much was the course of action here is to win the election. And I think he's right. That has to be the course of action. We continue to await the president of the United States. The White House has just announced at this moment that President Biden is canceling his trip to Texas. He was scheduled to do some campaign rallies and also get an award at the Lyndon Johnson's library, presidential library. He will now, according to the White House, cancel his trip to Texas and cancel all rallies. The Biden campaign team actually made a massive buy. Wisconsin's a swing state. And they made a massive campaign buy at the end of last week that was going to run through the Republican National Convention about Donald Trump's attacks on Milwaukee. What's notable is typically the party that's not having its convention go silent for the week of the convention. So you don't see Democratic ads during the Republican convention. You don't see Republican ads during the Democratic convention. All that being said, this year, they were going to do them. The Democrats intended to run ads the entire week attacking Donald Trump, attacking his views on Milwaukee. They were going to blanket Wisconsin TV stations with Donald Trump's attacks on Milwaukee, which, contrary to Democratic beliefs, I actually think that would have hurt the Democrats because outside of Milwaukee, Wisconsin don't like Milwaukee. But they pulled all their ads now. They've taken down all the advertising for the Democratic Party and Joe Biden. Joe Biden has also called on third-party Democratic-leaning groups to take their advertising down at this moment in light of the remarks or in light of the assassination attempt. Joe Biden's remarks coming up. So upending the president's schedule. This does allow Joe Biden to look very leaderly. You have to give him that. He will address the nation. He addressed the nation last night without his tie on, had a sport coat on, changed his schedule immediately to go back to Washington, D.C., made sure the press knew he was going back to D.C., made sure the press knew who he was talking to overnight, made sure the press knew he was up in the middle of the night, pushing back on the allegations that after 8 p.m. he went to bed and was no good, wanting to make sure people knew that was different. He also is, I am told very reliably, continuing his calls to Democratic leaders, showing them he has what it takes to lead the nation and has no intention of getting out of the race, even as Obama and Clinton supporters continue privately to plot and line up resistance to him. A number of major Democrats in the last 48 hours prior to the assassination attempt on Trump announced they would be pulling money from Joe Biden's campaign and related super PACs as a way to build pressure on Joe Biden to get out of the race. All of that is in play right now, given the ramifications of what has happened and Joe Biden's insistence on being on the campaign trail. We had someone call earlier, and I was on an interview this morning with World Magazine, and the question, and I saw SC Cup on social media from CNN, say, why can't Joe Biden and Donald Trump do a joint press conference and tell people we're opponents, we may not like each other, but violence is never the answer? I have a hard time believing something like that would happen because, one, that's so West Wing. You can tell the people who grew up on West Wing, the TV show with Martin Sheen, and think that's how politics operates. It's not how politics operates. Politics operates like Veep. The reality is they don't like each other. Donald Trump has no incentive to be in a room with Joe Biden and do kumbaya. I suspect Donald Trump will blame Joe Biden and the Democratic rhetoric for an assassination attempt on him. And he's not wrong about that. And when has Donald Trump done that thing that these people say he should do to bring calm to the nation? I don't know when the last time is he did something like that. I'm sure there were examples of it, but not often. He tends to go with his gut. And Donald Trump's gut right now is, like he said on stage, to fight. To fight. Now, how do you fight? This is one of the more important moments here. And I gotta tell you, I agree with his statement today that the way forward is to win the election. It's for calm, it's for peace, it's to win the election. Overnight, the press immediately went from Donald Trump's rhetoric is to blame for these things to what if Republicans retaliate? Shows you the editorial biases of the press corps right there. What if Republicans retaliate? I want to talk to you and advise you on how to retaliate. Don't be angry, but do not sin, as Ephesians says. Get Donald Trump elected. If you want to respond to an assassination attempt on Donald Trump tomorrow after 9 a.m., call your local board of elections in your county and say you want to volunteer to be a poll worker for the election. If they tell you there are no spots, you call your local Republican Party and say you want to be a poll watcher at a precinct for the election. And if they say they're all filled up, you say, well, can I knock on doors? Call the Trump campaign. Ask, can you knock on doors? Can you go persuade people to vote for him? Can you sign up with an outside group to persuade people to vote for him? Can you help get people registered to vote? Can you go work a table to register voters? Can you go help people get their absentee ballot filled out? Make sure they get their absentee ballot processed and mailed in. You're not collecting them and sending them back. You're just working with the people who need them, making sure they've got them, making sure they've been processed, following them along every step of the way to make sure their absentee ballots happen, getting people to vote early. If you want to get even, if you want to seek revenge, the best revenge is getting Donald Trump elected. It's not violence. It's using the democratic process for victory on your side. That's what you need to do. If you are outraged by what happened, work hard to get Donald Trump elected. Donate to his campaign. Donate to the campaigns of other Republicans. Donate to Dave McCormick, the Republican Senate candidate in Pennsylvania who was being called up on stage as shots rang out. There are plenty of Republicans to support around the country. Take back the Senate. Make gains in the House. Put Donald Trump in the White House. That's how you respond to this. Someone tried to short circuit Donald Trump's life and end his political campaign. The best response is to advance his campaign all the way to the White House. There are a number of Democrats I've talked to this morning. I've actually got a text from one right here who is a little bit despondent by this, thinking that the guy who did this to Donald Trump is probably ensured Donald Trump's election. That's kind of my gut, too. That with independent voters and swing voters who don't like either side, yeah, there may be they may, some of them will go with Donald Trump, I think, because they're outraged by the left. Some of them will stay home. But every single person who intends to vote for Donald Trump is going to show up in November now. What happened yesterday was a tragedy that could have been far worse. It also is going to motivate every single person who has even an inkling of wanting to vote for Donald Trump to go vote for him. And your role, your responsibility, your job now is to make sure they can get registered, make sure they can get their absentee ballots, make sure his campaign is funded, make sure there are poll workers at the polls who are Republicans who are working in the county, make sure there are poll watchers for the Republican Party. All of these things are necessary to advance Donald Trump's candidacy and get him back in the White House. You want to get revenge, so to speak? You want to avenge Donald Trump? Don't be violent. Be angry, but do not sin. Get him elected. We continue to await the President of the United States. The House Homeland Security Chairman is now demanding that the Department of Homeland Security reveal security plans, stating as that the Secret Service and the FBI need to disclose all security measures that were taken, and the Secret Service needs to give detailed accounting for their advance plan and why the building top was unsecured. That is the chairman of the House Oversight Committee, James Comer, releasing that statement. Speaker Mike Johnson releasing another statement saying that the House will have a full and detailed investigation. Chuck Schumer, Senate Majority Leader, asking for a bipartisan review of the security plans of the Secret Service and how something like this could happen, denouncing this. The problem for all these politicians on the Democratic side is their incendiary rhetoric they've had up until this moment, including guys like John Tester, who went on MSNBC just a few weeks ago and, well, had this to say.
And I don't think, even in states where Donald Trump won big, that it does you any good running away from Donald Trump. I think you need to go back and punch him in the face. I mean, the truth is this guy is bad for this country.
That's John Tester from Montana running for re-election in the United States Senate. I'm wondering if Tim Sheehy, his Navy SEAL opponent, will use clips like that in ad campaigns, that people are taking Democrats at their extreme rhetoric literally and getting Donald Trump shot at. There's going to be a moment to account for these things. Ruben Galeo of Arizona, this is his quote: "This was a security failure at the highest level not seen since the attempted assassination of Ronald Reagan. This cannot happen, and I demand accountability." He's the congressman from Arizona running for the United States Senate against Kari Lake in that race. And frankly, those of you listening in Arizona, I know there are some out there listening right now. You probably want to make sure the sheriff out there gets the Republican nomination, given the polling. Far better opportunity for that person to win. Andrew, I'm thinking as we're playing the clock here, why don't we go on, take a timeout? If we need to come back in, we can, but we have no idea when the president's actually going to speak. He was supposed to speak at 1:30. We'll do some good clock management. It's Eric Erickson. We'll be back. Okay. If we get to the top of the hour and he's still not there, I guess we should jump out and then break back in if something happens. Okay. Yeah. I hope you're getting. Okay. I hope you and Ann are getting overtime. Welcome back. It's our ongoing coverage, the aftermath of the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. We're awaiting President Biden. His remarks were supposed to happen at 1:30. They have not yet. 10 Downing Street confirming the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has spoken with Donald Trump this afternoon, and the Prime Minister of Australia has released a statement as well.
Along with all Australians, I was shocked by the terrible scenes at former President Trump's campaign event in Pennsylvania. I'm relieved by the news that the former president is safe and doing fine, and I wish him and his family well. In Australia, as in the United States, the essence and the purpose of our democracies is that we can express our views, debate our disagreements, and resolve our differences peacefully. We do so with respect for each other and in the spirit of a shared love of our country. Any act of violence is an affront to that and must be condemned unequivocally.
That is the Australian Prime Minister talking about Donald Trump. Volodymyr Zelensky also released a video statement condemning it. Viktor Orban, who had been with Trump at Mar-a-Lago very recently, condemning it. Most world leaders have spoken out. In every president, other than Jimmy Carter, given his situation, understandable, but Bush, Clinton, Obama, Biden, all of them have released statements condemning what happened to Donald Trump last night. George W. Bush, the first of the former presidents to release a statement saying he and Laura were praying for Donald Trump and horrified by a political act of violence. There's no place for it in American society. As we wait for Joe Biden to show up and give his speech to the American public. You know, I got to say, one of the things on this Biden situation regarding these sorts of things is if he wants people to stop the talk about his capacity, he probably should show up on time. By the way, there's news from Semaphore. I should read you this. This is kind of remarkable. This is from Semaphore. The top political advisor to Democratic megadonor Reid Hoffman suggested that the attack on Donald Trump could have been staged, even as Hoffman was criticized for joking before the attack about Trump becoming a martyr. Hoffman, the founder of LinkedIn, whose net worth is reportedly $2.5 billion, joked at last week's billionaire confab in Sun Valley that he wished he had made Trump an actual martyr. Sunday, he said he was referring to accountability to the rule of law and that he's horrified and saddened by the attack. In an email Saturday at 7:34 p.m. that appeared to be addressed to sympathetic journalists and which was sent also to Semaphore, his political advisor, Dmitry Milhorn, wrote that one possibility, which feels horrific and alien and absurd in America but is quite common globally, is that this shooting was encouraged and maybe even staged so Trump could get the photos and benefit from the backlash. This is a classic Russian tactic, such as when Putin killed 300 civilians in 1999 and blamed it on terrorists to ride the backlash to winning power. Others who have embraced this tactic of committing raw evil and then benefiting from the backlash include Hamas on October 7th. If any Trump officials encouraged or knew of this attack, this is morally horrific, and Republicans of decency must demand that Trump step down as unfit. The other possibility, Milhorn then wrote, is someone crazy anti-Trumper in this chaotic moment decided to assassinate the former president. Milhorn is co-founder of a fund called Investing in U.S. with Hoffman, made clear his impulse was towards the false flag theory, saying, I know I am prone to bias on this, but this is a classic Putin play, and given the facts, seems more plausible. Look at the actual shot. Look at the staging. Look at how ready Trump is to rally. This pampered baby blankety blank his pants when an eagle lunged at his food. Look at how quickly Trump protects himself at the expense of others. This is a major Democratic player and an advisor to a billionaire who funds the Democrats saying he thinks this was a false flag. This is Alex Jones level crazy from a person pulling major strings and playing with major money in Democratic politics. Will Reid Hoffman, his boss, condemn it? Will the Democratic campaigns that take money from this guy condemn it? We know it's not true. There is no false flag here. Someone attempted to assassinate Donald Trump at an event last night in Pennsylvania, and you have a very prominent Democratic donor also in the Stand with Biden camp, one of those guys, saying he thinks this is a false flag and that it's far more plausible it's a false flag than that anyone actually tried to assassinate Donald Trump. This is the climate in which we were in. Democrats losing their minds, convinced that this is a false flag operation to help Donald Trump politically. Shameful. Good for Semaphore for doing a story on this. I would note that no other media outlet, even though Semaphore makes clear other media outlets also got this email, no other reporters decided to do a story on this guy's email, only Semaphore. Just what a remarkable turn of events from a Democratic donor. All right, we're going to take a quick time out, see if we can come back, waiting for the President of the United States and his press conference. All right, I'm going to run to the restroom. I'm back. Okay, it appears that the delay from the president is because he's getting briefed in the Situation Room and will be momentarily with us. How much longer do we have? Okay, they've got eyes now on the podium. Okay. 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 Welcome back. It's Eric Erickson, the President of the United States, just taking the podium. and walked out ignoring reporters' questions. That is President Biden at the White House, noting he's going to address the nation from the Oval Office tonight, something he rarely does for reasons of optics. He doesn't like to address the nation from inside the Oval Office, but he will tonight from behind the desk in the Oval Office address the American people about the need for unity and the need to stamp out violence. It is Eric Erickson here on the Cox Media Group family of stations. The phone number, if you would like to call in, 877-973-7425. Ron called in, could not wait on the phone. He wanted to know, did the Secret Service have a line of sight problem on the shooter, or did they just miss him? That's the question to be determined. Based on those people who were there, it was pretty clear that that there was a line of sight. And clearly, based on the shooter shooting from where he did, there was a line of sight. The question is, why did the Secret Service not secure that line of sight? Because that is one of the directives within the Secret Service protocols, is to clear the lines of sight. And this was a failure on their part. Why exactly? You can't help, obviously, dealing with the politics of this situation. Frank Luntz, the noted pollster and focus group expert, has a thread. I want to just read this story. He just put this up on social media a couple of minutes ago. I'm getting swamped by emails from reporters and officials asking how the Trump assassination attempt will affect the election. So here's my response. Saturday's shooting in Pennsylvania will still have a huge impact on Election Day. It will guarantee that every Trump supporter now will be a Trump voter in November. Trump's voters are energized. Biden's voters are demoralized. In recent months, President Trump has benefited from more passionate and engaged followers than the Biden campaign, but the shooting will turn that intensity gap into a chasm. The participation gap is worth at least 1 to 2 percentage points. And because the shooting happened in Pennsylvania, the impact will be more significant in Pennsylvania. Trump's defiant pose, fist in the air as he was being led off the stage bleeding, will be the visual people remember at the polling booth when they think about election 2024. It's hard to imagine either Biden or any of the potential Democratic candidates delivering full-throated, crowd-pleasing attacks on the former president now, taking away most of their ability to play the Trump card by labeling him a threat to democracy when he just survived a real threat to democracy. The 2024 presidential election is now Trump's to lose. I think that's a solid analysis here. You try not to jump directly into politics after national tragedy, but we're at an age where if there's a mass shooting now, Democrats rush out and immediately demand gun control. Or if there's a climate change or a hurricane that blows through and there's a disaster, Democrats immediately run out and demand reforms for climate. Republicans kind of get to do a situation like that now where they get to run out and say Democrat rhetoric had much to blame here. This is breaking news happening right now. Nikki Haley has been formally invited to speak at the Republican National Convention and has accepted a speaking role at the Republican Convention, briefed by the Trump campaign and invited. Nikki Haley will be at the Republican Convention shaking things up. It'll be interesting to see the juxtaposition here with that. The Biden team at the White House now saying that the public should not make assumptions about the motivation, and the president will speak Sunday night from the Oval Office about the need to unite the nation. I want to jump back now. This is Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania. When we were starting the show today, he led a press conference. This is his remarks. That was Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, talking about Corey Comparador, who was a former fire chief. He's an engineer. He dove on his wife and daughter. They were at the event. The bullet pierced and killed him. Two others, details about them not yet known publicly, are in critical condition at a Pennsylvania hospital, awaiting word on the details of them. It's been a wild 24 hours in the American political landscape. A lot of people will have the question, where were you when this happened? This is the first political assassination attempt on a president of the United States since Ronald Reagan in 1981. I remember coming home from kindergarten and everybody was staring at the television, trying to explain to me, a then 5-year-old, what had transpired. A notable moment. Let me, before we take a time out here, go to Linda and her phone call. Linda, welcome to the program. How are you? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, sadly, I do. Right. So, okay, you're right that they've crossed a line with mail pieces like that, but the Federal Election Commission has no jurisdiction over campaign pieces. The only exceptions are they have to have a paid for buy on the campaign disclosure line. As long as they have the campaign disclosure of who paid for the mail piece, the Federal Election Commission has no jurisdiction. And in fact, there is heightened restrictions on regulating political speech. In political speech, you can say all sorts of horrible things about your political opponent and get away with it. And it's up to the voters to discern the truth of the matter. And unfortunately, a lot of Democrats really do believe, based on the conversations the last couple of weeks, that the Supreme Court has authorized Donald Trump to launch a military coup and has authorized Donald Trump to assassinate his rivals and authorized all sorts of horrible things that Donald Trump could do, which I'm willing to go on and say, contra the president expressing motos, that I suspect this incendiary rhetoric had something to do with a guy deciding he needed to kill Donald Trump yesterday. It doesn't take a leap of logic to make that assumption when you had James Hodgkinson attempt the mass assassination of Republicans in Congress, because the rhetoric in the media was that Republicans were going to kill everybody by repealing Obamacare and also net neutrality and also cutting taxes and all these other things they insisted Republicans would cause people to die by doing. Doesn't take a leap of logic. Just asinine to presume otherwise. But unfortunately, there's a lot of free speech in this country, and that's actually a good thing. But just you can't actually do anything when people lie. The response to lies is truth. Unfortunately, the media has so often demanded the response to lies be regulation. We don't want that because the regulators would probably be progressives. So the response to lies must be truth and denunciation of the lies, not trying to cover up and censor the people who want to lie, but respond to them with the truth. We're going to take a quick time out. It's Eric Erickson. The phone number, 877-973-7425. 1 minute. Okay. Welcome. It's Eric Erickson here across the Cox Media Group family of stations. The phone number 877-973-7425. Got some news that I need to play for you. This is actually fairly significant political development out of this. This is Robert Costa on CBS.
I've been speaking with some top Democrats. They believe that those Democrats who have the concerns about President Biden are now standing down politically, will back President Biden because of this fragile political moment. All of that talk about the debate faded almost instantly among my top Democratic sources as this unfolded. Say it's time for the country to stick together, and that means Democrats sticking together as well.
That's pretty remarkable. By the way, there's breaking news happening right now. Donald Trump announcing that at 3:30 p.m. he will go to Milwaukee, Wisconsin for the Republican National Convention. He will not wait. If you're just tuning in as well, breaking news that the Trump campaign has now invited Nikki Haley to speak at an undisclosed time at the Republican National Convention. This is from Donald Trump. Based on yesterday's terrible events, I was going to delay my trip to Wisconsin and the Republican National Convention by 2 days, but have just decided I cannot allow a shooter or a potential assassin to force change to scheduling or anything else. Therefore, I will be leaving for Milwaukee at 3:30 p.m. today. Thank you, DJT. That's Donald Trump announcing he is headed to the convention today. He will not delay, as the Secret Service and others had suggested he do. The White House has received more briefings in the Situation Room as we learn more about the shooter and his motives, which some of us may think are obvious, but the FBI says they'll give us an update as soon as they can. I'm not going to hold my breath on the FBI, however. There's a lot of moving parts. I also want to do diligence with you and take your phone calls. So, Richard, let me go to you next. Welcome to the show, Richard. How are you? Sure. Mm-hmm. Look, yes, I think so, and you know it's interesting you say that, Richard, because one of the ladies on The View texted me this morning and just said, "Hey, keep in mind your own rhetoric in this, and trying to make this about the left when both sides." And I replied back and said, "You know, as a matter of fact, the bullets are only firing in one direction in this country right now. James Hodgkinson tried to kill Republicans. Floyd Lee Corkins tried to kill Republicans. Nicholas, what's his name, tried to kill Brett Kavanaugh. This guy tried to kill Donald Trump. For all the talk about right-wing violence in this country, when the bullets start flying, they're all directed towards people on the right. And also, I think it's very notable that when bad things do happen to people on the left, American cities burn. And when you saw last night what happened, I looked out my window and could not see a right-wing riot. I did not see Donald Trump members storming cities across America in response, like what happens on the left. I think it's very notable. It's Eric Erickson here, the Cox Media Group family of stations, 877-973-7425. We'll be back. Okay. Welcome back. It is Eric Erickson here across the nation. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, I want to play this montage for you. I think this is worth seeing. This is press reaction to what happened, and it speaks volumes about how the press considers this. Before I get into this, I want to play this for you. I just want to say, just put this tweet during commercial break. I have a theory. The reason so much of the press has rushed directly to blaming Trump and his supporters for their rhetoric is because they, on the left, think only people on the right are violent with their rhetoric and actions. They just don't pay attention to the left because they see the left as good guys. They're on their side. So, for example, George Stephanopoulos and Martha Raddatz would this morning spend their time on Trump's rhetoric and pay no attention to the fact that Joe Biden on July 8th said Donald Trump needs to be put in the bullseye and is a threat to democracy who must be stopped. They just don't pay attention to it because they're on that side. So this is the reaction of the American press corps on television to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, the first major political assassination attempt of a president or presidential candidate since Ronald Reagan in 1981.
I do want to say there was one thing that when I watched the tape, I found odd because of all of the heated rhetoric. And that is that after he was hit, former President Trump got up and said, fight, fight, fight. I think what we're hearing from people is that's not the message that we want to be sending right now. We want to tamp it down.
This was a traumatic event, no doubt, for him. But I did notice there was no call for lowering the temperature, condemning all political violence, and really trying to signal to his supporters as well not to retaliate or to have any kind of escalation here.
And then the biggest threat that officials are telling me tonight is in the form of retaliatory violence.
Sam, you're taking me to exactly what I've been underscoring and is frankly very concerning in the rhetoric we are seeing at this hour already. We are seeing some Republican lawmakers come out with statements directly drawing a line between the shooter, whose name we do not know. We do not know if he's a lone actor or was somebody else, but drawing some connection to the government. We have nothing to base that on at this hour.
At this hour, leading officials within the U.S. government still don't know what transpired. And it is frankly unpatriotic at this moment to be stoking the flames when we know that we are sitting on a cauldron of tensions.
Folks are focused on what is the political motive here. And in law enforcement circles, they have to examine everything from, did this person have a particular animus against Trump because they didn't like their policies? Were they driven by what's been said about Trump, either in the press or from other politicians? Was Donald Trump not conservative enough? Just to show you the gamut of the different types of things that they have to look at. But we should note that it's not necessarily the motive if there's a political cause here. In other words, there could be another motive here.
As you point out, those statements from J.D. Vance and Vivek Ramaswamy, of course, President Trump and his supporters have contributed to this violent rhetoric as well.
Well, absolutely, George. We were just looking back this morning at some of the things that former President Trump has said. He warned last March of potential death and destruction if he were charged by the Manhattan District Attorney. Our country is being destroyed as they tell us to be peaceful. Trump in January warned of bedlam in the country if the criminal charges against him succeeded. And of course, in March, he said, now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That will be the least of it. He said he was partly joking and that was taken out of context. But those are indeed his words. And you have heard it from supporters as well. And supporters are certainly in some parts angry. And let's remember January 6th.
And let's remember January 6th. That's the American press corps' gut reaction to this. Trump's to blame. It's Trump's fault. It's Trump's rhetoric. Sky News has a piece. Assassinations and attempted assassinations are wrong. But did Trump's rhetoric play a role? That's an actual story. And of course, I mentioned earlier, the Denver Post, their headline today, gunman dies in attack. With the picture of Donald Trump with his fist on the air, you'd have no idea. It was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Just gunman dies in attack. What attack? What attack? This is the American press corps in action. Is it any wonder that people are concerned with the American press, who themselves will not hold themselves accountable, who will defend themselves and say it's not them, it's you? There will be no accountability for the American press corps because the American press corps must deliver it, and they will not deliver it. They will not exercise any sense of humility. And so the only thing you can do is turn them off and kill their ratings. But man, I pity Comcast if Donald Trump does get back into office. I pity Comcast because the most incendiary rhetoric in national television towards Donald Trump has come from Comcast's MSNBC. And it's an editorial choice by Comcast to allow people to essentially engage in wishful thinking for the assassination of the president every time they speak. It's a willful decision from Comcast to allow that to happen. MSNBC is constantly spreading these seeds of terror that Donald Trump is going to be a dictator, that democracy is on the line, that he must be stopped. What's so notable is I want to play for you the real-time video of MSNBC last night to show you how stark this is. Jonathan Capehart has on a Democratic activist, and they are literally in the process of talking about how Donald Trump is a threat to democracy who must be stopped as the shooting happens. Watch this.
Our president and our vice president. And so it's pretty overwhelming. I think what you heard from Representative Horsford, who is a great friend, is that majority Black and brown communities are united behind the president. And we're seeing that these are communities that have a lot at stake. We're oftentimes the first to have programs cut. We know the attacks that Donald Trump is trying to make on immigrants and migrants. There is so much on the line in this November. Our attention is on defeating Donald Trump, a con man, a criminal, a traitor, and the absolute worst person to ever be president in the history of our country. It is time to move forward and defeat Donald Trump. And I am not sure how many times Joe Biden needs to say that he's in this race to win it. He's running. He said it once. He said it twice. He continues to say it. Let's get behind our nominee, Joe Biden.
That literally was happening as Donald Trump was being shot. And Jonathan Capehart has to come in and say, well, it appears Donald Trump has fallen on stage. Something has happened at this event. We need to go cover this. As this guy is saying Donald Trump needs to be stopped. He's a threat to democracy. On and on. This is the shrill rhetoric on MSNBC. And this shrill rhetoric at MSNBC has existed for quite some time. And I don't know that this sort of thing is going to change. I mean, this is Michael Beschloss on MSNBC.
Yeah, and you know, we all know, all four of us know that term servant leadership. The president is supposed to be a servant leader, serving us. You hear about Trump saying he's going to be a dictator for a day, which is not going to be for a day if it happens. Could be for the rest of our lifetimes and our children's and more. But if that happens, that's totally against American history. The highest rank in the United States is not president, it is citizen, as Harry Truman said. Mm-hmm. And I would just say one thing. Remember, in the United States, we do not work for a president works for us.
That was Michael Beschloss on MSNBC, but there's one more Beschloss quote. Remember, he comes on Morning Joe all the time.
That's what's at issue. But what I'm saying is, if we allow Donald Trump to succeed in fuzzing these issues up and making it seem as if nothing important is at stake, then people whom you and I know love their rights, love democracy, love American history, most of it, will not act to say that. They'll just say there's no difference between Trump and Biden. So all I'm saying is you and I know, are totally agreed that, you know, from now until the election in November, we've all got to say the only issue is democracy versus dictatorship. Don't let them take it away.
Don't let them take it away. Stop Donald Trump in some way. This is the rhetoric on MSNBC. It's not just them. I played you John Tester earlier, who on MSNBC said you need to punch Donald Trump in the face. Rachel Maddow, who said it is the Republicans' plot to end American democracy by installing Donald Trump. Will there be accountability for this? Or will the media just continue to lecture Republicans on Donald Trump's accountability? Because if it's just lecturing Republicans, that's partisan take by the press. They're not both sides in it. They're essentially saying Donald Trump brought this on himself. And that's the problem here. Too many people in the American press corps are on the left, are so biased for the left, they can't bring themselves to acknowledge the left has a problem of violent rhetoric of its own. And all of the bullets that have flown in political assassinations in this country in the past 10 years have come from the left. You had the left-wing progressive who shot the mayoral candidate in Nashville. You had the left-wing progressive who shot up or tried to shoot up the Family Research Council. The one who did the congressional baseball game with Republicans, the guy who went after Brett Kavanaugh, this guy who may have been a registered Republican, his parents are Democrats, he gave money to progressive causes, and voter registration in Pennsylvania, and the left is trying to shield them from saying this guy was a Republican. You know, if you want to stop Trump in the Republican primary, you had to register as a Republican to vote against him in Pennsylvania, which maybe this guy did. The fact that he's given his money to left-wing causes and tried to shoot Donald Trump probably is a strong suggestion he's not of the right. And yet that's where the left wants to head today. If they're not trying to say this is a false flag, a staged opportunity, the amount of conspiracy thinking that the media lectures on the right, we're seeing it play out, including major Democratic donors, top strategists saying, I don't believe this was real. I think Donald Trump did this to himself to help himself win the election. That's actually the thinking among Democratic elite. These people are broken. What's notable is it was Donald Trump who broke them. I'm Eric Erickson. You're listening to ongoing coverage of the fallout of the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. The phone number, if you want to be on the program, 877-973-7425. We're going to take a quick timeout here. We'll be back with your phone calls in just a few minutes. Only 2 more hours. Okay. Welcome back. It is Eric Erickson here across the United States on the Cox Media Group family of stations. The phone number is 877-973-7425. It's our ongoing coverage of the aftermath, the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. I want to take some phone calls. Jeff has been waiting patiently. Jeff, welcome to the show. How are you? Great. What's going on? Yeah, vote for Nikki Haley or stop. Yeah, uh-huh. Oh, the vote, the claiming that I wouldn't use the label false flag for it, but there has been an orchestrated effort by Democrats, including in Pennsylvania, to register as Republicans to try to stop Donald Trump. We don't know whether that's what this guy did or not. We know he's registered as Republican. We know his family are a family of Democrats. We know the gun was his father's. We know all of these things. We don't yet have any manifesto. We don't have any language or anything like that. Here's one of the problems, though, that we're going to have to grapple with. If you will recall, James Hodgkinson, by his own language, by his own statements, was a Rachel Maddow fan who obsessively watched MSNBC, who in his social media posts became convinced Donald Trump was going to destroy the country and Republicans were going to kill people when they got rid of Obamacare. So he took it upon himself to drive to Virginia, follow along the Republicans and they're practicing for a ball game, and then showed up and attempted the mass assassination of Republican members of Congress. The Federal Bureau of Investigation labeled it death by police suicide. That's how the Federal Bureau of Investigation labeled James Hodgkinson's death, that he wanted cops to shoot him to commit suicide. We know that simply wasn't true. And to her credit, Nancy Pelosi led the outrage against it. Nancy Pelosi, we forget this, but it's the God's honest truth. Nancy Pelosi was vehement that the FBI made a mistake and needed to change it, and the FBI changed it. But if you want to understand why I'm getting phone calls from people saying, how can we trust the FBI to get it right? That's why. James Hodgkinson, and not just James Hodgkinson, but a whole lot of other investigations from the FBI have been compromised by the political biases of people in the FBI, including the Russia investigation with Donald Trump and the people within the FBI who were convinced the Steele dossier was real when it was a fabrication. If you want to understand why there is no trust there and why Republicans are already voicing concerns about the FBI leading the investigation, it's stuff like that. You can't forget that history. You cannot forget that a mass political assassination attempt of Republicans conducted by an MSNBC viewer was labeled suicide by cop by the FBI until Nancy Pelosi herself demanded they look a little bit harder at the evidence. You can't be but concerned when Republicans repeatedly point out the violence on the left, and the media's response is both sides do it. It's not Republicans who've rioted in Portland, Oregon. It wasn't Republicans showing up to Biden events in 2020, beating up his supporters. That's what Democrats did at Trump rallies in Los Angeles and in Chicago and elsewhere. It's been Democrats who have attacked Republicans wearing Make America Great Again caps on airplanes and in public squares and in restaurants in blue parts of this country. It's been Democrats doing that. And yet the media always wants to lecture the Republicans on, well, both sides do it and both sides need to be careful, and the rhetoric of both sides. And then we got to trust the FBI that didn't want to accurately say what James Hodgkinson was doing when he attempted the mass assassination of Republican members of Congress. We're supposed to trust the FBI that has gotten a number of things wrong. Now, the FBI is the only entity with the jurisdiction and power to investigate this. But we need to investigate the investigators. Why, too, did the Secret Service not have this roof covered? There are clearly problems there, and Republicans are right to cast doubts on the institutional integrity of these institutions. It's Eric Erickson. We'll be back. I'll be back. 30 seconds. Welcome. It's Eric Erickson here across the Cox Media Group family of stations. The phone lines are open, 877-973-7425. If you'd like to be on the program, as always, text Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777. You can follow me on social media, get the podcast, the live stream, all that sort of stuff. I want to bring you up to speed real quick. It is 7 after the hour, 3:07 p.m. On the live cast here on radio, and I want to just bring you up to speed on what we know. Reading to you this press report from CNN. Authorities have identified the gunman involved in the attack against former President Trump on Saturday as 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks, who was killed by Secret Service agents at the scene. The FBI named Crooks in a statement early Sunday morning, identifying him as a resident of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, about 35 miles south of Butler, where Trump was holding his rally. Crooks fired on Trump while perched on a nearby building top outside the rally's security perimeter before being killed by the Secret Service. Witnesses at the rally described a bloody and chaotic scene, with people trying to administer first aid to those shot by the gunfire and struggling with the dense crowd. The shooting left one rally attendee dead and 2 others in critical condition. Trump was injured, writing on social media he'd been hit by a bullet in the upper part of his ear. The campaign said he was fine. Now attention turns to the active and ongoing investigation. Crooks graduated Bethel Park High School in 2022, according to a local media report. He was registered to vote as a Republican, although according to a listing in Pennsylvania's voter database that matched his name, age, and a Bethel Park address, this year's presidential election was the first he was enough to vote. Federal Election Commission records showed that a donor listed as Thomas Crooks with the same address gave $15 to a Democratic-aligned political action committee called Progressive Turnout Project in January 2021. When reached by CNN, Crooks' father, Matthew Crooks, said he was trying to figure out what the hell is going on, but would wait until I talked to law enforcement before speaking. After being killed at the scene, Crooks didn't have any identification on his body, so agents had to run his DNA and get biometric confirmation. So, registered Republican who gave money to a Democratic group, it could very well be. In Pennsylvania, if you want to vote against someone in a primary, you have to register in their party. That could very well be what happened. Otherwise, why would you give money to progressive groups but register as a Republican? This would have been his first presidential election. So you can make of all that what you will. Everyone's saying we got to be careful of motives. We got to be careful of motives. Yeah, okay. We have to be careful of motives, but when you attempt to assassinate the Republican presidential candidate, we can extrapolate from that, and you're giving financial support to progressive groups that there might be a tie there, more so than a registered vote. It just impressive that people want to claim that, oh, it was somebody from your own side who did it. The world doesn't work that way. 877-973-7425. We'll take your phone calls. Craig, you're up next. Welcome. Right. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So Craig, I'm glad you say this, and for those who might have missed Craig's point here, this is a really good point. We've had a term for Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not still president by force. Democrats will say, but January 6th. January 6th didn't work. The systems and institutions of the United States of America were stronger than a mob forcing their way into the United States Capitol to try to stop the vote of the Electoral College. The system worked. And it's actually telling that those who come back to January 6th actually have very low disregard for the institutions and people of the United States. The members of the press and of the left who wish to cast doubt on the Supreme Court and its immunity decision, it was actually a sound decision. As John Roberts noted, the most likely outcome then, if the decision went the other way, is that presidents would be too timid to act for ever fear of indictment after office. You don't want presidents to be worried about being indicted after office because of a decision related to their job. And they made very clear if he does something while in office that's not related to carrying out the function of the president, he can be indicted. You might have missed that because the press coverage was claiming that he could assassinate his opponents now, and it's simply not true. We've had Donald Trump's first term in office. It did not lead to a dictatorship. He is not the president of the United States. He's trying to get back in. He would be term limited. If you think that he could break the term limits, you have insufficient faith in the United States. What you are saying is that you don't believe in the structures and institutions of the United States, nor do you trust the American people. And that's on you. If you hate your fellow Americans and have such little faith in American institutions, I can't help you, but you're in the minority. The problem is that the most vocal voices are the majority of the press because they don't like the American public. They never hang out with the American public. They're in their cloistered silos and bubbles of New York and Washington. I trust the American people and I trust the institutions of the United States. And I believe that our Constitution is far stronger than people on the left think. And the reason people on the left don't think our Constitution is strong is because they don't like it to begin with. They think it's a living, breathing, organic document that they can change. And their chief complaint is that the majority of the Supreme Court won't let them let the Constitution breathe because the majority of the Supreme Court believes it's a written, inanimate object that can't change unless amended. That's what's going on here. It's all about power for the left. And they don't like that they're limited in their power. And they do this but Trump nonsense all the time. Again, the nation survived the first term of Donald Trump. It will survive the second and final tenure of Donald Trump. And what happened yesterday makes it far more likely that Donald Trump does get reelected president of the United States. And even Democrats know it. Now, to the phones. 877-973-7425. Wayne, you're up next. Welcome to the show, Wayne. How are you? Great. Yeah. Look, I am deeply worried about political violence in this country. I'm deeply worried about the rhetoric of both sides, frankly. And they only ever want the Republicans to be held accountable for their side's rhetoric. I'm concerned about it. I think that presidents have greater security than candidates for office. I do think that if, for example, Donald Trump or Joe Biden got to January 20th, of the year they depart office and say, I'm not leaving at noon on January 20th, the Secret Service would pick them up by their arms and drag them out of the White House because there would be a new president. I frankly think that both sides want some sort of fight, and I'm deeply troubled by it. And I do think that all sides have some responsibility to lower the tone. That being said, I think the fact that the media only lectures Republicans about lowering the tone and not Democrats is a tell that they don't really care about Democratic rhetoric and probably even believe it. JR, you're going to be up next. Welcome to the show. Well, okay. So be careful with that because it hasn't actually been proven that they can be manipulated as claimed. There are scenarios where they can be manipulated, but those have been known and documented. The problem is that on election day in a state like Georgia, the Dominion voting system machines aren't connected to the internet. So the way they manipulate them in those ways don't necessarily apply on election day. And frankly, I think the people who are still scared to death about the machines being manipulated, here's the issue. They print a paper ballot. It's your obligation to look at the ballot and make sure that the candidates align on the ballot to the way you said they are. And if not, cry foul at that time. If you're not willing to cry foul at the time that you go vote and don't look at your printed paper ballot to make sure it accurately casts your vote, that's not the problem with the voting machines, and that's not the problem with the election officials. That's your problem. I think the Dominion voting system machines are absolutely fine for elections in this country. I do. They print a ballot, you can look at it, and you can make sure it aligns. And if there are questions, they will hand count them. And there are security audits that happen after every election that are statistically shown to actually work fine to prove ballot fraud. Nothing I say will convince those of you convinced otherwise. I realize that, but you actually are on the wrong side here, not me. That being said, do I think that they will try to change more procedures? You know, the Republicans are actually the ones right now doing a very good job of forcing procedural changes. In fact, there was a New York Times story yesterday, I believe it was, about the ongoing Republican legal campaign to force changes in voting laws in this country. All they're doing is what the Democrats did in 2020. Buddy of mine, former Congressman Jeb Hinsterling, says all the time, what actually happened in 2020 is that the Democrats stole the election fair and square. I love that statement because while people want to focus on the Dominion voting machines and the Smartmatic machines, there's really no there. What actually happened is the Democrats went into courts and had the rules changed, which they're not supposed to do in the middle of the election. They took advantage of COVID and saying, because of COVID, we must change the rules. And it was Republicans who didn't have good election lawyers. They essentially hired DUI lawyers to be the election lawyers and just kept losing to Democrats in court across the country. So what the Republicans have done for 2024, which is smart, is they've hired really good election lawyers. They've trained them on the arguments, and now they're going to courts across the country, and they're getting the election rules put back in place that should have been there. And they're being very successful right now in doing so, I might add. So much so that the Democrats are starting to complain that the Republicans are undoing all of their changes from 2020. It's actually a good thing the GOP is doing that. Now, we need to take a timeout. When we come back, I'll take more of your questions and calls, 877-973-7425. Okay. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here across the nation. The phone number, 877-973-7425. If you want to be on the program. Now, I don't have a lot of time here, but this needs to be on the record and said. People say Donald Trump is just a showman, that what he does is just for show. I have to tell you, it's got to go beyond showmanship. When a man running for president of the United States has a bullet take off the top of his ear that was meant for his head, and in 30 seconds is standing, fist in the air, saying, fight, 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 and wants the crowd to know he's okay, and is resisting being carried off stage. That's really not showmanship. That actually is a level of courage under fire that the left doesn't give him credit for, the media doesn't give him credit for, much of the right doesn't give him credit for. Donald Trump did not want to get off that stage last night. The Secret Service had to force him off the stage and force him into the car. That's not just showmanship. He's with those people. Those people are committed to him. He's committed to them. And if you watch the video, what is striking is in the chaos of the moment, when it is clear that someone is trying to gun down Donald Trump, many of his supporters are rushing towards the stage to assist and draw fire and block for Donald Trump. You can see it in the video. They're not running from the bullets. They're running to save Donald Trump. Jeff Blair, friend of mine, writes at National Review, online friend. We haven't met in person, I don't think. Right? Normal people want someone to put on a brave face right after they've nearly had their head blown off, especially because what just happened was no Hollywood joke. It was for deathly real. America wants that sort of showmanship, if you wish to call it that, in the face of death, and for excellent reasons. They want to be reassured. We all feel vulnerable as a nation in a horrible moment like that. If you didn't, you're dead inside. Nothing makes people feel pettier or more encased in a very weird bubble than failing to grasp people like and appreciate defiance in the face of horrifying near death inflicted by a mad political assassin. You need to deal with the reality that Trump handled himself extremely well in the way that pretty much every man on the planet wishes he too would have in that situation. Doesn't change his political problems, doesn't change his fundamental character either, although it does authentically shine a light upon one aspect of it. But Donald Trump is not just the jerk Donald Trump. He's an American president and a presidential candidate. And what happened was a moment that transcended just him. So his reaction to it was a good moment. The number of people I know who since about 7 o'clock last night have been texting me saying, I don't like the guy, but I was impressed by his reaction, and I really do think I have to vote for him now, has been significant. The number of people who don't care for him, as you know, I have said repeatedly that he's not my cup of tea, but I prefer his policies. And I prefer the character he showed on stage last night, too, where someone tried to kill him and he stood up in defiance of the bullet. I like that sort of person. That's the sort of person you do rally behind. That's the sort of person who understands the stakes. That's the sort of person you want to rally to. That's the sort of person you want to vote for. someone who faces death in the face literally and shakes his fist at it, by God, you like that guy. That's the sort of guy you want as president of the United States. Yes, Americans want that sort of showmanship. Americans want a presidential candidate who, when faced with a bullet, shakes his fist at it. It's very Ronald Reagan. It's what Americans want. And that's what Trump gave last night. And that's actually a sign of something good within his character. Yes, to people who hear me chew on the live stream, I'm eating a Snicker bar. I haven't had food yet today. I get hangry. Okay. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here across the Cox Media Group family of stations. The Eric Erickson Show. I'm taking your phone calls, 877-973-7425. Well, we have some breaking news that I need to deal with. This is confirmed by the Associated Press and a government official. Oh, y'all. This happened. I want you to think about this because Donald Trump came within about a 20-degree turn of his head of losing his life. This is breaking news from the Associated Press. A local police officer climbed to the roof and encountered Thomas Matthew Crooks, who pointed his rifle at the officer. The officer retreated down the ladder, and Crooks quickly took a shot towards Trump. And that's when Secret Service snipers shot him, said the officials who spoke to the Associated Press on condition of anonymity to discuss an ongoing investigation. Bomb-making materials were also found inside Crooks' vehicle, and bomb-making materials were found at his home. The weapon Crooks used was purchased by his father at least 6 months ago. There has been commentary from a number of people on the right about the female Secret Service agents surrounding Donald Trump putting their lives on the line for Donald Trump, and how whether it was because they were short and he was so much taller, or they were women, it was unacceptable. He should be surrounded by men. Men should be the one to take the bullet for the president, not women. Say whatever you want. A police officer climbed a ladder, saw the guy. The guy pointed the gun at the police officer, and the police officer backed down. Forget the female Secret Service agents. The police officer could have stopped the potential assassination of Donald Trump, but was more concerned with his own life than the life of the president of the United States and those in the crowd. And someone is dead because a police officer, when confronted by Thomas Matthew Crooks, scaled down a ladder, allowing the guy to get a shot off. This is breaking news. The Associated Press has confirmed this with police sources. One more time, a police officer climbed to the roof and encountered Thomas Matthew Crooks, who pointed his rifle at the officer. The officer retreated down the ladder, and Crooks quickly took a shot towards Trump. Also, here's my reaction, and I'm not an expert, and this is just my gut reaction to this. The fact that Thomas Matthew Crooks, a 20-year-old, was able to point his rifle at the police officer and then immediately turn back and come within an inch of killing Donald Trump suggests he was a pretty good shot. So how long had he trained? Did he train? What was his background using guns? That's going to be relevant in the investigation. What I also find remarkable are the number of people who still think it was a false flag, or want to argue Donald Trump had it coming, or want to argue that Donald Trump staged it, or want to argue it wasn't that bad. A former president of the United States and presidential candidate for a major party nearly lost his life last night. Donald Trump goes off script. I got to put this in perspective for you. This has been confirmed by the Trump campaign and reporters at the scene. Donald Trump, who oftentimes gets grief for going off script, went off script at that event last night and turned his head to look at a screen. And had he stayed on teleprompter, he'd be dead. That turn of his head is what saved his life. And had his head been turned 20 degrees in a different direction, the bullet would have gone through his skull and not across his ear. That's how close Donald Trump came to death in Pennsylvania last night, because he went off script and turned his head to look at a different screen. People speculated that perhaps it was the glass of the teleprompter that cut Donald Trump. No, it was the bullet. The bullet went across Donald Trump's ear. Not the Associated Press, the New York Times photographer there actually caught the bullet, like in the picture. You see the sequence of events. In the first shot, you see the bullet behind Donald Trump, and then immediately see the next shot, Trump graze his ear. A friend of mine who is in law enforcement texts me and says something doesn't sound right. The officer should have taken a shot at him or got on his radio and called the shooter. My interpretation of the way the AP reports this about this police officer is that the police officer did call as he was climbing down the ladder, and the other Secret Service agents turned their guns towards that roof, but it was not quick enough, and Crooks was able to get a shot off. The officer, however, climbed the ladder, encountered Crooks, and backed down. This is being confirmed by multiple law enforcement sources to the Associated Press. It's also being confirmed that the Secret Service was relying on local law enforcement to assist them, which is actually standard operating procedure. It's not because they didn't have enough people. It's actually standard procedure for the Secret Service, and that's been confirmed even by Fox News. All right, back to the phones, 877-973-7425. John, you're up next. Welcome, John. How are you? Great. No, there is no ability for the president of the United States to declare martial law and keep himself in power. In fact, yeah, absolutely. In fact, martial law in this country is actually restrained. So the U.S. military is not allowed to be involved unless there is congressional approval. And martial law is extremely limited to invasion or insurrection or riot and civil unrest, also for natural disasters in this country. But yeah, no president is allowed to suspend the Constitution or provisions of the Constitution when imposing martial law. So the Constitution, habeas corpus, all those things are still bound. Abraham Lincoln, you'll recall, tried to suspend habeas corpus during the Civil War, and the Supreme Court shut him down and said you can't do that. So yeah, martial law in this country does not mean a suspension of elections. Elections still have to happen. 877-973-7425. Ron, you're going to be up next. Welcome, Ron. How are you? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I'm glad you say that. On the drone one, let me just say I've seen a lot of people speculate on drones. I actually know the drone answer here. They typically don't deploy them for these sorts of rallies due to noise. They tend not to. People are thinking of like overhead military drones. The Secret Service doesn't use those. And to the extent they use little drones, they're noisy. They don't deploy them. They tend to, and the reason they don't is because they're supposed to cover the lines of sight with manpower. They haven't. The fact that they didn't cover line of sight with manpower suggests a real oversight by the federal authorities. So something's got to happen in that regard. Something's got to happen. Now, as to Democrats who fear retaliation, this is where the rhetoric of the Democrats becomes deeply irresponsible on this, because, yeah, you absolutely have a bunch of people in the Democratic Party who have been saying for a while, if Donald Trump gets elected, there's going to be hell to pay. There's going to be retaliation. He's going to round us up. He's going to throw us in Gitmo. He's going to do all this stuff that he can't do. Donald Trump cannot throw people in Guantanamo Bay or in prison. There is a legal judicial process in this country. So then what they have to do is, well, look at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court itself is corrupt. They can't just acknowledge that they've overstated the case to scare people into voting against Donald Trump, but that's what they've done. They themselves have decided to scare people to try to get them to vote against Donald Trump. They've decided to motivate people through fear. And it seems someone was motivated through fear to try to kill Donald Trump. It is their chickens coming home to roost. And the fact that the media itself refuses to be honest about it and instead go with, well, look at Donald Trump's rhetoric. Well, what do we have to look at Donald Trump's rhetoric? When was the last time Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or one of these FBI agencies named were shot at? The bullets have all been flying in one direction. They've all been flying towards Republicans. And the media and the left, the Democrats, they want to lecture every Republican about Donald Trump's tone and Republican supporters' tone. And I don't care what you say unless you denounced X, Y, and Z. The bullets are flying in one direction. And it would behoove the press to maybe give up the charade and acknowledge that they're openly rooting for those bullets flying, or else actually hold the left accountable for the left's rhetoric instead of continually lecturing Donald Trump and the right on Donald Trump and the right's rhetoric, because I don't see any bullets flying from their side towards the left. It's Eric Erickson on the Cox Media Group family of stations. 877-973-7425 is the phone number. Taking your calls, keep you up to date on the ongoing investigation into the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Okay. Okay. Welcome back. It's Eric Erickson across the nation. The phone number 877-973-7425 from my flagship WSB in Atlanta, Georgia. There is some breaking news. The White House is now saying that the president's Oval Office address tonight will be taped in advance, will not be live. Wonder how many jump cuts we'll see. There is also breaking news from the Wall Street Journal. FBI sources telling the Wall Street Journal that based on preliminary review as they attempt to access the shooter's phone, other knowledge about the shooter and information that they've been able to uncover so far appears he was acting alone and not as part of a network with accomplices. That is breaking news happening right now, which is probably the case. I will tell you, I have been involved in briefings with security personnel in the United States at the federal level, and their big concern is lone wolves. Because people who get in a network, people who get online and plot and coordinate and brag, they're easily found. It's the lone wolves who keep the national security forces in the country up at night. It's the lone wolves who get concerned. It's the lone wolves who bother our national security teams, from the Secret Service to the FBI to the CIA, because they're the ones who aren't in 4chan chats making jokes about what they're going to do. They're not advertising in advance on social media trying to be heroes. They're not plotting. They're not asking questions that raise suspicion. They're out there quietly maneuvering to accomplish a goal, and they're the most dangerous ones because they're the hardest to track, hardest to find, and most likely to surprise. And that appears to be the case thus far with this would-be assassin of Donald Trump. I do want to reiterate one more time as well. This is important. There are people on the left who say, well, it was one of you guys because he was a registered Republican. That news was retracted originally, but it is now confirmed that the shooter had registered as a Republican. His parents were registered Democrats. He also gave money to Progressive Cause. The issue with him being a Republican, the fact that ghoulish people would say, well, he's on your side, don't blame us. If you want to stop Donald Trump in Pennsylvania in the primary, you had to register as a Republican to go vote against him, and he probably did do that. That's credible speculation. The idea, though, that we should say, oh, he was a Republican, so therefore don't blame us, given his donations to Progressive Cause and the fact that he just tried to kill Donald Trump, is probably a way for the left to deflect, because they actually know that the odds are this person was of the left. We can get lectured all we want about motives and what we know and don't know, but the guy tried to kill Donald Trump. He didn't try to kill Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, any other Republican. He tried to take out Donald Trump. The odds that he is someone of the right are very slim to none. The odds that he was troubled and crazy, very, very high. But the odds of him being politically motivated, probably yes. From rhetoric of the right, probably not. Rhetoric of the left, more likely than not. All you have to do is use your brain. Now, let's see. I don't have enough time here to do justice to phone calls, so you guys on hold, wait 877 973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, I would be very happy to have you. We continue to have more information flow out about what happened and did not happen. If you're just tuning in, breaking news, law enforcement authorities confirming to the Associated Press that a local police officer at the event climbed the ladder, saw the shooter. The shooter pointed his gun at the police officer who decided to climb back down the ladder. It does appear that the police officer radioed shooter, shooter, shooter. By the time the Secret Service agents could get an eye on him, he had taken a shot at Donald Trump. A New York Times reporter actually caught a photo. It is a remarkable photo. You can see the bullet that had just gone through Donald Trump's ear whizzing past him, and the sequence of rapid shutter fire. You see Donald Trump speaking, the bullet has passed him. You see him graze his ear. You see him then look at his hand covered in blood. A remarkable series of photos, a remarkable 24 hours in American history. One of those where people will wonder where they were. My producer last night, I kept trying to call him because I had to get on air. He had gotten a new cell phone. Sadly, not an iPhone. He still sucks in that regard, but was syncing it and had gone out to dinner, and he and his wife didn't have phones. Got home, and boy, he had a lot of messages. We'll be back with your phone calls. Eric Erickson here. All right. We'll be back, those of you on the live stream, in just a minute. Okay. Welcome. It's Eric Erickson here on the Cox Media Group family of stations, our ongoing coverage of the attempted assassination of Donald Trump and its aftermath. Let me bring you up to speed here. Thomas Matthew Crooks, age 20, is the shooter. He was killed at the scene by the Secret Service. There's new data from NBC News about him. He used a semi-automatic rifle, 3 senior law enforcement officials say. Based on what they found at the scene, it appears he was able to get off 8 shots. His family is cooperating with investigators. His motives not yet determined. Bethel Park, where he lived, is a predominantly white, relatively well-to-do city in the southern reaches of greater Pittsburgh. The site of the rally was an hour's north of Pittsburgh. Crooks graduated from Bethel Park High School in 2022, was among more than a dozen students who received a National Math and Science Initiative Star Award that year. A high school classmate said Crooks was a loner who was bullied so much in high school. Crooks would regularly wear hunting outfits and was made fun of for the way he dressed. He would sit alone at lunch. He was an outcast. It was kind of sad. Michael Dudjak, 20, who went to school with Crooks for most of his life, recalled him as a relatively reserved and quiet classmate. He didn't hear or see Crooks being actively bullied by his peers, but Crooks was on his own a lot. He couldn't recall Crooks ever being outspoken about politics or active on social media. Dujak was with friends and acquaintances from high school on Saturday night when he learned Crooks was the shooter. Interestingly enough, I have a friend I'm on a group chat with who said he lived 3 doors down from the Crooks family years ago. Wow. So that's what we know is standard shooter, white, bullied in school, loner. We don't know much beyond that right now. Of course, lots of speculation on politics and all that. Before I get back to phone calls, and I do want to take your phone calls. Phone number is 877-973-7425. I gotta note something. There's a trend, and it's been going on now for a while, and I don't mean to belittle anybody who has emailed me this. I really don't. It's just this is a noticeable trend, and I've gotten a lot of these today. And the question from all of these people, at least a dozen people, is, so who do they sue? Who gets sued? Who's responsible? Who gets sued? That's actually a warning sign to me about the health of our society. That, bad things happen. Bad things happen. The person responsible is dead. The idea that, well, I need to sue someone now because of it is not a healthy response from society. And I know it because historically, it was one of the warning signs about poor health of the Roman community, because Rome used litigation as sport and entertainment. People regularly sued each other in Rome. It's one of the reasons in Scripture that the early Christian church was commanded not to sue and not to be litigious and argumentative, because that's how Roman society was. It's how pagan society behaved. And it's just notable to me, the uptick whenever anything bad happens now, the number of emails I get, including from this, well, who's going to be sued? Surely they can sue the FBI. Surely they can sue the Secret Service. Surely they can sue the parks. Surely they can sue somebody. Maybe, but probably not. There is a legal doctrine called assumption of the risk. When you go to a political rally where you know you're going to have to be unarmed and you show up and you also know that the politician is potentially a target of violence and something bad happens, you've assumed the risk to be there. Perhaps they'll try to sue the federal government for this because they didn't do their job, dereliction of duty, perhaps. But it also is a very unhealthy sign in society that when something bad does happen, people think, well, time to sue. It's actually not a healthy sign of society when people decide I gotta sue somebody. That's actually a hallmark of a pagan society. Now, that being said, let me get to phone calls here. 877-973-7425. My buddy Clayton also texted me and said, be easy on making assumptions about the police officer who climbed the ladder, saw the shooter, and climbed down. It might be that he was in the line of fire from the Secret Service and was trying to get out of the way. So I guess we should be careful on that presumption. Michael, you're going to be up next. Welcome to the show, Michael. How are you? Good. I would think so. I mean, yeah. Look, this is all going to be part of the investigation. Yeah, I think you would want to. You see somebody on the roof, you go up there to check it out. My guess is if he went up there, he was trying to make sure it wasn't Secret Service, because it does seem like, there have been 3 or 4 people now who came forward who said they went to the police and said there's a shooter on this roof. We see him. And now at least one of the police officers has come forward and said it appears that the officers who were told this, they were pointing in directions where there were visible Secret Service, and so they assumed they were pointing out Secret Service. And so there was some clear level of confusion there. But now, to your point on Biden, let me just play you this audio. This is from earlier in the day. This is Bob Costa on CBS. I'll leave you on here so you can hear this with me.
I've been speaking with some top Democrats. They believe that those Democrats who have the concerns about President Biden are now standing down politically, will back President Biden because of this fragile political moment. All of that talk about the debate faded almost instantly among my top Democratic sources as this unfolded. Say it's time for the country to stick together, and that means Democrats sticking together as well.
So there's your answer, Michael. The conversation's changed dramatically. Nobody's talking about Biden's debate anymore. They're talking about Trump, and no reason now to disrupt. I will tell you, a Democratic strategist friend of mine, y'all would all know, texted me and said that this may not have been false flag and this may not have been orchestrated by Donald Trump, but this is the thing that's getting Donald Trump elected president of the United States. And Democrats are going to go through a serious moment of despair in the next few days. Yeah, look, yeah, absolutely, Michael. And so a lot of people are like, if you haven't paid attention, the polls that have come out in this weekend, in fact, we might as well dive into some of the raw politics here for just a moment so you know the lay of the land. Real Clear Politics polling average, Donald Trump now up 2.7. Let me give you the data. Here are all the polls. I'm just going to do July. Morning Consult, Trump up 2, ABC News tie, Emerson, Trump up 3, NPR, Biden up 2, Rasmussen, Trump up 6, NBC, Trump up 2, Fox News, Trump up 1. Remember, Fox had a big spike for Donald Trump. People thought it might be an outlier. It looks like it might have been. It's now settled back to Trump up 1, 49-48, and the Real Clear Politics average, Trump up 2.7%. It takes about a month to translate into polling events in this day and age. So we should start actually seeing a shift in the Biden polling in the next week based on his debate performance, because we'll be closer removed to a month out. And it'll be another month before we really see a bounce towards Donald Trump, given this attempt on his life. But I believe you will see that. Now, the reality is this. I think Frank Luntz is right on this. If you want to try to strategize how the politics of this play out, and I got to say, I feel kind of dirty even saying this because we're not 24 hours removed from an assassination attempt on Donald Trump. But if you want to scheme this out in politics, so what do you think is going to happen? Here's my honest to God assessment. I think the nation is so divided, most people's minds are made up for Trump or Biden. So you're not going to see the polling shake up significantly. Donald Trump will get a small bounce, maybe 1 or 2 percentage points of undecided voters who don't like either side but really hate the behavior of the left and decide they'd rather mean tweets with good policy than the behaviors of a left that inspires someone to try to kill a presidential candidate. If democracy is under attack, democracy got attacked at a Trump rally, and I'm going to be on the side of Donald Trump to stand with democracy. So he'll get a couple of point bounce. He'll get a bigger bounce in Pennsylvania. That's a swing state. If he wins it, he wins the election. It's got 19 electoral college votes. But here's the really big impact to this election. Every Donald Trump supporter is going to become a Donald Trump voter. I don't know anyone who isn't going to show up now to vote for Donald Trump if they like him. They're all going to show up. They may not care for him personally, but they prefer him to Biden, and now they are going to go vote for him. The mobilization effort that is going to happen, that people aren't going to have to be driven to the polls. They know they got to go vote. They got to help Donald Trump win now. This is payback. Their revenge is not violence. Their revenge is winning the election. People who vote for Joe Biden are largely indifferent to him. They don't necessarily care for him. There's no passion. The passion of Trump supporters has gone through the roof, and the passion of those soft Trump supporters sitting on the sidelines who don't particularly like him and want to see what changes in the race. They've seen now what changed in the race, and now they're becoming passionate Trump supporters. I probably have 36 text messages from longtime friends of mine since about 7 o'clock last night saying, I don't really like him, and I was really thinking of not going to vote, but I am going to go vote for Donald Trump, passionately so. The dynamics of what happened, frankly, politically work in Donald Trump's favor. There's no reason dancing around that. It just does. And it also does help Joe Biden because while we're talking about this, we're not talking about him. And that gives him time to consolidate his support in the Democratic Party, which also is something that helps Donald Trump. All right, Thomas, you're going to be up next. Welcome to the show. Sure. Right. Oh, so it would become an open convention, much like people have said they wanted an open convention for the Democrats. It would become an open convention because the delegates would no longer be pledged to Donald Trump. So typically what would happen is the delegates would be wooed at the convention by the various candidates, including Ron DeSantis and others who would try to make their case to the delegates. There would be significant input from the leadership of the Republican Party and the Republican governors to push people in a particular direction. And what typically happens is they get in a closed room and the leadership comes out and says, this is who you should go with. And the base of the party could go with that. Now, Nikki Haley's already released her delegates, so she wouldn't be a factor in there. But yeah, I mean, if God forbid the worst case scenario had happened yesterday, we would be facing an open Republican convention. Yep. Yeah, both parties want to avoid it because there's so much chaos in an open convention. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. 877-973-7425. It's Eric Erickson on the Cox Media Group family of stations. You can always text Eric to 33777 and get all the show notes, links, and all that stuff. We'll be back.